This is an audio test, testing the audio test. Would Jamie Martin please call extension 228? Jamie Martin, please call extension 228.
A very pleasant good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to Grand River Raceway for the 2020 edition of Industry Day. Greg Blanchard and Mark McKelvey, great to have you on board today. It's certainly a different feel to this year's Industry Day. You can tell by our location here. We're following, again, the health protocols that have been put in place to allow us to conduct racing and to conduct these broadcasts, and we're certainly happy to do so. Be only a limited number of spectators here today, but nonetheless, a very important day on the racing calendar, biggest day of the season, Mark, for Grand River Raceway. And once again, you know, we watched the eliminations a week ago, shaping up today, two outstanding finals for the rookies.
Yes, 2-year-old Pacing Fillies to compete in the Battle of the Bells and 2-year-old Pacing Colts to go in the Battle of Waterloo. Greg, last week we went into the eliminations with some favorites that really appeared to stand out over the rest, but that's why we race these races, because they're not decided on paper, and we had some upsets, and we've got some intriguing finals coming up later today.
And weather-wise, it looked a little touch and go on the way here today, but right now the sun is starting to peek through. The forecast doesn't look too bad. A lot of rain here the last couple of days, but the track really held up beautifully. And I think we'll see some big miles here today. And who knows, some of those track and stakes records could be threatened throughout the afternoon. An excellent-looking 10-race program coming up today. We've got a carryover in the early Super High Five, some guaranteed pool pick 4 wagers for you. Lots to talk about. But before all of that, let's get you updated on today's program changes. And for that, the man who will call the action this afternoon, we bring in Gary Guy.
Yes, and we do have a great number of changes on the card, so you may need to have a sharp pencil ready. 10 races this afternoon, the first of which going to post in approximately 20 minutes. Note in race number 1, number 6, Salzburg Raven is scratched. Race 1, scratch 6, Salzburg Raven. Number 7, Beta Lady. The driver will be Jody Jamison. Jody Jamison to drive number 7, Beta Lady, in the first. Note in race number 2, scratched is number 5, Probird, and a scratch of number 7, Bellini seals to race 2, scratch 5 and 7. Race number 3 has no changes. No changes, race number 3. And race number 4, a driver change on number 9, Cinemac. It'll be Doug McNair. Doug McNair drives 9, Cinemac, in the 4th. Turning our attention to race number 5, and number 3, Greystone Natalie O is scratch the 3. Note that number 7, Isla Sealster, the driver, Jonathan Drury. Jonathan Drury drives 7, Isla Sealster. And scratched is number 8, Quesno Rayano. Scratch the 8 out of the 5th race. In race number 6, a couple of driver changes. Trevor Henry drives at number 2, Asina de Chakra. That's Trevor Henry on the 2. And note that number 6, Mary Cat, the driver will be Jonathan Drury. Jonathan Drury drives number 6, Mary Cat. In the 7th race, number 3, All Day Sunshine, driver to be announced, that is TBA 3, All Day Sunshine, in race number 7. Race number 8, number 2, Trafalgar. The driver will be Sylvain Filion. That is race 8 to Trafalgar, Sylvain Filion. In the 9th race, number 4, Sports Check, driver to be announced, TBA on the 4 in the 9th. And number 6, Bitten Chicklets, a bridle change. Blind bridle to blinkers. Blind to blinkers, and number 6, Spittin' Chicklets. And the 10th race, note that Jonathan Drury drives number 4, Can't Stop Line. Number 8, No Better Joy, TBA. That is Jonathan Drury on the 4. Number 8, No Better Joy, driver to be announced. Once again, quickly reviewing races 1 and 2 as we're at 16 minutes to post time to our first dash. And note in race number 1, number 6, Salzburg Raven is scratch, and number 7, Better Lady. The driver, Jody Jamieson. And the second race, scratches of 5 and 7. Well, we're currently now at 15 minutes to post time. Time for more commentary from Greg and Mark, guys.
Thank you, Gary, and have a wonderful afternoon up in the booth. We'll be checking in with him throughout the afternoon. Turning out to be a pretty nice day here weather-wise with 15 minutes to go before the start of Industry Day 2020. Greg Blanchard, Mark McKelvey at the desk. We'll be with you all afternoon. Mark, a host of changes there necessitated, especially on the driver's side, as Chris Christoforou and James McDonald will both be on the mend. They had were involved in a nasty spill the other night. Both suffering injuries that'll keep them on the sidelines for a little while, but by all accounts could have been a lot worse.
Definitely could have been. Unfortunate to see one of those incidents take place, but that's what's happened on Saturday night. James McDonald will be sidelined with a broken clavicle and had also suffered a minor concussion. Driver Chris Christoforou, he suffered a fracture in his foot and in his hand. So tough break for both of them, but we wish them nothing but the best speedy recovery. Terrible time considering a day like today, so many big stakes coming up throughout the last month or the next month and a bit. So we wish them nothing but the best and a speedy recovery.
And, you know, it's really going to benefit some other guys. Jonathan Drury, one of the guys picking up several live drives here this afternoon. So, you know, we'll wish them well, and a few scratches along the way as well that'll impact the race program. But two great finals, as mentioned, races 9 and 10, the Battle of the Bells and the Battle of Waterloo. Two of the most important races in the province for 2-year-olds, restricted to Ontario sired performers. And let's take a look back at the eliminations from a week ago and begin with that Battle of the Bells elimination. The first split, in fact, we'll pick it up turning for home. We'll get the stretch drive of both of those. But I think, you know, when you look at the two eliminations, one really wasn't a whole lot of drama. The other one had a little bit of everything, action-packed. And maybe just get your thoughts before we look at those elimination replays on how you think that impacts a filly coming into the final. Would you rather have that sort of soft, easy trip with lots left in the tank, or maybe get stretched out a little bit and be right on your toes for the next week's final?
Well, considering the way this race shakes out with the post positions, I'm in favor of Scarlett Hanover, who got the easier of the two eliminations. Here's Scarlett Hanover on the front end for driver Ed Hensley, and just got to dictate and got full control of this one, and she ends up going all the way for a victory, 155 and 3. Breaks her maiden. She looked pretty good in a couple of gold starts prior to this, but like we said, this certainly wasn't as action-packed as the next elimination that we'll take a look at in a moment. I'm thinking Scarlett Hanover should be ready for today, should have lots in the tank. Going to start from the second tier, which means it's likely going to have to be an active journey for her here today.
And we had the 360 camera set up on this filly and had the video online this week. Gained a lot of interest. It was a cool perspective, and you could kind of see in watching there and then watching from this shot that there really were no anxious moments for the filly. Co-owned by Burke Racing, an interesting one here, and gets sent up to the Hensley, and what a nice recruit to their operation this year. She's been well-traveled already, but very, very professional in doing her work.
She got a 59 and 3 middle half, and then scoots home in 28 and 2 for the victory. I love what I've seen from her so far, and she'll be poised for a big effort here this afternoon.
The runner-up was solid in there, and Cyclone Sister showed good late pace on the end of the mile. 28 and 2 kicker into that kind of final time is pretty impressive to pick up the third place finish last time out and punch her ticket into that $128,000 final. Vastly different story in Elimination 2 from a week ago. There was action from start to finish. Andra Day saddled with post 8. Looked like it was going to be a big obstacle going in, but trip really works out well.
It really does. You see Sylvain Fillion on the inside here with Ring of Kerry facing pressure up to the half and ends up forcing Plain Jane off stride there. They went to the half in 55-4, so certainly that was setting up well for somebody from off the pace, and Doug McNair had Andre perfectly placed second over. You see her in that nice spot. Ring of Carry, a horse that's shown a lot of speed in early starts this season, is going to obviously tire after that big half, but still finishes third. But you see the big 3-wide move there from Andre, and she remains undefeated. She's now 3 for 3.
Makes a nice move to the lead here. The one that was chasing on the final turn gets right up to within, about a neck of the leader there, turning for home, then just gets a little bit bumpy gated there, and it really cost her. And, I think it was going to be a good battle down the stretch before that happened. So some really, really tough luck for that filly, who certainly would have been in the final and likely would have been a factor today, but provides opportunity for others who picked up the pieces. Now the big question mark is Mark, double marks, wondering if, a 2-year-old filly at such a tall order to overcome post 8 1 week, but to do it 2 consecutive weeks is a big ask.
Oh, it certainly is, and the one thing that McNair can maybe hope for is the fact that usually in finals you're going to see someone else take a shot. There could be lots of early speed, and maybe it does set up well for Andre once again, but where's she going to be placed early on? If there's a lot of levers towards her inside, and no matter how hard she can get off the gate, she's probably getting away 5th or back, and it could be a tall task for her here today. Definitely makes things interesting considering our elimination winners drew the outside and the second tier.
Absolutely, and the one drawing the second tier is Scarlet Hanover, as mentioned, got to the front and controlled it fairly quickly last week in the limbs. That'll be a much tougher assignment today from the trailing tier. So really sets up, from a handicapping perspective, as a wide open and intriguing edition of the Battle of the Bells, and that will be in race number 9. Race 10 is the finale, the Battle of Waterloo, the signature race of the season here. A little over $200,000 on the line today, in a great field of 9 colts will square off in that final in race number 10. 2 eliminations from a week ago to set the stage for this afternoon, and the first providing a big upset. Better Sun kind of flying under the radar going into the eliminations, but after this performance today, that will not be the case.
No, it certainly won't be. As you see, Springbridge Duel on the front end, and Better Sun gets the 2-hole trip. Springbridge Duel is the overwhelming favorite, and with good reason, had won a pair of OSS Gold events coming into this elimination. But he was a little off his game, and benefiting from that is Better Sun. What's funny, Greg, it's last Monday night I was here along with Gary Guy, and before the race we each teed up some horses that we had our eyes on. Better Sun, we didn't mention him. He was the only horse we didn't talk about, and he ends up pulling off the 36-1 upset here as Springbridge Duel, like we said, was doing all the work on the front end, faces this pressure, and as we said, just maybe wasn't on his game, and McNair's going to capitalize.
When you look a lot at the body language of horses, and I got the impression at the 5/8 that, Bob McClure could sense that the one just wasn't quite as sharp. He had to start chasing him a little bit, and I thought that was early in the race to have to do that, and, the pocket sitter able to go by easily at the end.
Yeah, but you see Better Sun there coming off the turn. McNair wasn't waiting for the passing lane. He needed to go. He needed that challenger first up to sort of drift back and get out of the way, because he had a ton of horse, and Better Sun was strong through the line for a 154-1 victory.
Second elimination on paper looked like it was going to be a good matchup between a colt named Avion Sealster, a son of sports writer, and a Better's Delight colt named Candy Trader. And that ended up being the case. They line up 1-2 off the gate, and they'll be 1-2 at the wire.
They will be, but those positions will change right at the finish line as Candy Trader will poke ahead up in front to defeat Avion Sealster. I thought both horses looked real good in this elimination, and of course Candy Trader, though, is going to get the victory. Now 2 for 3 is an Anthony Beaton trainee, and has got those victories in back-to-back starts. Avion Sealster, 2-back, really showed well in his OSS Gold debut, and he finished up strong at 26-4. But here he does it on the front end, and this time around we see Doug McNair come first up. He's applying the pressure, and Candy Trader is just licking his chops.
And there's Avion Sealster at this point, gets some separation, and looks like he'll probably be home free from here, but The eventual winner, Candy Trader, has other ideas resurgent along the inside, and right in here, he's starting to pace hard, and he will pick off Evian Seelster right at the finish. So, yeah, high marks, I think, for both the 1-2 finishers. Not much to choose there today, and they'll leave right beside each other toward the outside of the gate today in the final. So again, after watching the post draw and seeing how that unfolded, this really makes for an intriguing final. Team McNair, we're going to see a feature on them later this afternoon on our COSA TV broadcast. And boy, the post gods were smiling on them. 1 and 2 for them in today's final as they go in search of their 4th Battle of Waterloo title. But I expect some others that didn't win last week will jump up and be heard from today. And one that you think fits in that category is the one that leaves from the second tier.
Yeah, Springbridge Jewel just shown so much ability in his first couple of starts. And yes, he suffers his first loss last week. But like we said, not the horse that we had seen in those gold victories at Woodbine Mohawk Park. Goes from the second tier, so he's not going to be on the front in the early going. I think that shapes up well for Bob McClure because we know he's a very patient driver. He can really work out a trip, and as Springbridge Duel bounces back, I think he'll be awfully tough.
So that is a look at our 2 signature finals this afternoon, Battle of the Bells and the Battle of Waterloo, coming up in races 9 and 10 on today's 10-race program, which is just a little over 5 minutes away from getting underway this afternoon. And don't forget, we'll switch over, and for those on simulcast, you'll notice a bit of a change in the broadcast as well later this afternoon when we switch over to our COSA TV coverage later on. That will be broadcast live throughout the COSA social media platforms. Harness Racing Update will be showing the broadcast on their Facebook page as well. Standardbred Canada will also be streaming the coverage today on their website as well. So there will be plenty of ways to watch and wager on today's Industry Day program from Grand River Raceway. We've set the stage for our 2 finals later on, but let's dive into the earlier portion of today's race program. And what a race we've got for you to kick it off this afternoon. It is the Ontario Sire Stakes Gold Division for 3-year-old filly pacers, one of 2 that we're going to see today. A little bit more than $100,000 on the line in both of them. And a marquee matchup here right off the bat. Sex Appeal from post 1 and the Great Alicorn, next door neighbor, in post 2. And who would have thought, Mark, on a day like today, you'd see Alicorn sitting at 3-1.
That's what we've got right now. A lot of early money also going on number 7, Betta Lady. Alicorn was the standout last year, an O'Brien Award winner, a tremendous 2-year-old campaign, winning 7-13 and banking over $500,000. This year she came back and she was victorious in her season debut. That was a gold event back at the end of June, but last time out she suffered the defeat, only ended up being defeated by a length, but she's 4th there, and they really surrounded her coming to the line. She was right in the mix. It looked like you could see the typical Alicorn charge on by, but that wasn't the case. She finished 4th. She's going to be looking for the bounce back. Interesting, the trainer Chantal Mitchell brought her to Grand River for a qualifier back on July 23rd, a good-looking qualifier, going a mile 155 and 2. I wonder, though, Greg, if that had anything to do with the fact that the last time we saw Alicorn on Industry Day, she was the favorite in the Battle of the Bells, and she made a break. So she's got some interesting background with her experience here at Grand River.
Absolutely. So what a way to kick things off today. It's a pick 3 right up front as well. A couple of guaranteed pool pick 4s, both at $7,500 today. The first of those kicks off in race number 3 this afternoon. And don't forget, nice carryover of more than $3,300 in that early super high 5 wager over in race number 6. Lots to look forward to at the post parade for the first of 10 from Grand River coming up next.
Field 4, race number 1, entering the track for the post parade. And on parade 1 is Sex Appeal. Trevor Henry for Bob McIntosh and Al McIntosh. Number 2 is Alicorn, Louis Waugh for Chantel Mitchell and Windermere Stables and Robert Mascara. Number 3 is Off the Press, Robert Shepard for Rod Boyd and Robert Key. And number 4 is Karma Sealster, Doug McNair for Greg McNair and Eileen and Keith Waples and Karen Hover. Number 5 is Sound Idea, Bob McClure for Charlebois Christoforou and East End Standbreds. And 6 is scratched, and number 7 is Better Lady, Jody Jamison for Susie Kerwood and Emma and L of Delaware. Well, fans, we're just a few minutes away from post time to race number 1. Let's take a quick last-minute look at this field. And Louis Waugh, Alicorn, outstanding last year, earning more than $500,000. This will be just the 3rd start of the year, but look at that qualifier here, 55-2. And also is one that does have a gold win this year, June the 29th, in 150-4, just one tick off of the 2-year-old campaign mark of 150-3. So Alicorn and Louis Waugh for Chantel Mitchell is one that should be fired up here. Not the favorite, though. 5-2 on the board. Number 1, Sex Appeal, is the 8-5 favorite. Trevor Henry and Bob McIntosh. And this one's been busy this year already. 4 wins in 6 starts and does show winning a couple of golds. So June the 29th, July the 17th, as well as a last start racing at Mohawk and finishing a very competitive second, beating a length and 3/4, and that was after parking early. And this one also has gate speed and the inside, and Sex Appeal and Trevor Henry, who's done a lot of winning here at Grand River over the years. Sex Appeal is the 7-5 betting favorite. Number 4, Karma Sealster, is one that doesn't have a win yet this year, but did win 4 times last year and earned more than $250,000. And Karma Sealster does show a very competitive second in a gold in 151-3 back in July the 17th. Karma Sealster and Doug McNair. Doug could kick off a big day here, and Doug was really sharp here last week. I thought his driving was outstanding last week in the eliminations. And Karma Sealster and Greg McNair looking to get off rolling here in the first race with Karma Sealster 9-2 to set up their karma for the rest of the day. Number 7, Better Lady and Jody Jamison. Well, this one raced to a very sharp 3rd, beaten just a length, did all the heavy lifting on the lead before just getting caught late in the mile, 51-3. And that was right in behind Karma Sealster, who was 2nd. Better Lady, 9-2 on the board. Jody Jamison with the catch drive. It is a field of 6, the first goal division, going to post shortly. The starter is called the field for race number 1. First of 10 dashes on this Industry Day from Grand River Raceway, taking up position Sex Appeal and Alicorn on the inside. In the center, off the press and Karma Sealster to the outside, Sound Idea and Betta Lady. Gate is now rolling for race number 1. Sex Appeal and Alicorn on the inside. In the center off the Preston, Karma Sealster. And to the outside, Sound Idea and Betta Lady. It is a field of 6 for race number 1. Field for race number 1 is at the start of the rough, and Alicorn leaves well with Karma Sealster, Betta Lady from the outside, and then it is Sex Appeal along to the inside, racing position 4th. Off the press is 5th away, and Sound Ideas racing 6th. Karma Sealster's got the lead and is in front by 2.5. Betta Lady is racing 2nd. Alicorn is 3rd, and Sex Appeal looks at things from 4th, and then it is back to off the press and Sound Idea. And they race on to the opening quarter, and it is Karma Sealster with the lead as they race past that opening quarter, and the lead right now is 2 lengths. Betta Lady is racing 2nd. Alicorn is positioned to 3rd as they work their way on around the turn, then a gap of 3 or 4, and 4th is Sex Appeal, then it is back further to off the press, who is racing position 2nd from last, and Sound Ideas trailing the field, and they head their way up towards the half. Karma Sealster leads the first goal division. The advantage a length and a half. Betta Lady is right there in the pocket. Now moving on the outside is Alicorn. On past the half they go, and Sex Appeal is spotted 2nd over and following Alicorn on the outside. Off the presses to the inside 5th, and Sound Ideas racing 6th, but Karma Sealster is still charging well on the lead. Alicorn, though, chipping away at the advantage. It's down to about a length. Inside racing 3rd, Betta Lady. Sex Appeal has dropped back, and now Sound Idea has moved up to take over 4th. Sex Appeal is racing 5th, and off the press is 6th, and they march by 3/4. Karma Sealster still with the front. Karma Sealster, Alicorn getting closer now, and then moving on the outside is Sound Idea, and Betta Lady, they turn for home on down the stretch route they come. Karma Sealster and Alicorn, Sound Idea to the outside, and up the inside, Betta Lady, but Karma Sealster marching on, and it is Karma Sealster victorious in the first gold. Finishing 2nd was Sound Idea, then it was Betta Lady and Alicorn. The first dash, the first OSS Gold Division to Karma Sealster. Fans note the time of the mile, 1:53 flat. 1:53 flat. Wheeling back in front of us, the winner of the first race, the first OSS Gold Division for 3-year-old pacing fillies. It is number 4, Karma Sealster, 3-year-old sports rider bay filly, owned by Eileen and Keith Waples and Karen Hover. Greg McNair, the trainer of the winning drive to Doug McNair. 153 flat, just 1/5 of a second away from the track record. First win this year and the 5th lifetime for Karma Sealster. Here are the first race mutual payouts. Number 4, Karma Sealster is $17.70, $7.60, and $5.40. 5 Sound Ideas, $7.20 and $4.80. And number 7, Beta Lady pays $9.50. The $2 exactor, $143.20. The dollar try, $122.80. Dollar superfecta, $765.90. Here is the first race order of finish from the top. 5, 4, 6, 1, 2, scratch 3. That is 5, 4, 6, 1, 2, scratch 3. Second race up next. Scratches of 5 and 7.
And welcome back to Grand River Raceway. It's Industry Day 2020, 6 minutes away from race number 2. Looking back to the opener today, Mark, we talked about Team McNair off the top, that they could be set up for a big day. Great start for them, and in fact, it's last year's Battle of the Bells champion who kicks off the card today.
Yeah, always nice to see last year's champions come back now at 3 and perform on Industry Day. Doesn't happen every year, but this is how it lined up with the OSS and Karma Sealster right from the word go. You can see she embraced being right back here at the Allure Oval. She was fantastic, doing it all on the front end for the victory.
And, disappointing on the other hand for Sex Appeal and Alicorn. They look like the two big heavyweights on paper. They had the post position advantage over the rest, but both struggled off the gate and never really got in it.
No, they didn't, and sometimes that's what happens when they move back to the half-mile track, and you called it. We were watching the race side by side, and right from the word go, it didn't look like it was going to be either of their day. Alicorn certainly took a shot, but Karma Sealster was the best here this afternoon and kicks things off in style as we've got a ton of OSS action on the go here this afternoon.
Switching gears here in race number 2, 3-year-old Philly Pacers again in the OSS, but this time it's a Grassroots division, and a couple of scratches take out the 5 and the 7 in here. So it's going to help some in the post position department, including co-favorite Doc's Harmony. Had post 8 to begin with, will now start from post 6.
Yeah, certainly changes things. And when I was doing my selections for this race, of course, my top selection, number 5 Probert, is out of the mix, and that changes things too, though, because originally I had Cat, the number 4, slotted in second. I'm still going to leave Cat on top. Here's one that's been knocking at the door. Maybe today is finally where she's able to bust through. She's had 6 starts, no wins to this point, but 3 top 3 finishes. But when you're looking at the race initially, you see Doc's Harmony way to the outside, and I thought maybe it would just be too much of a tough task. That's certainly going to change things, and we should see her be able to fire out of there well for Travis Cullen.
And I'm interested to watch the Ohio Invader post 2 starter Southwind Tsunami, regally bred, a daughter of Better's Delight from the world champion Tsunami Hanover. Last year, 4 starts, didn't win, but didn't miss the board. Certainly showed talent, and this year starting to get a little bit more photogenic. A couple of wins at the non-winners of 1 level at Northfield. It'll be a big test of competition here today, but gets McNair in the driver's seat and a good post to work with, and I wouldn't be shocked to see her be able to step up and at least be very competitive here.
I'm just thinking the same thing along the lines that you were, and 2 wins in a row, so the confidence is there. Plenty of experience over a half-mile track, been racing this season at Northfield Park in Cleveland, Ohio. So we'll see how she stacks up against this OSS company. If speed's any indication, I don't think that'll be a problem, and currently on the board at 4-1.
And, we had a lot of rain here the last couple of days, but as you could tell by the time in race number 1, the track has held up beautifully. Kudos to the track crew here. Done a wonderful job getting it ready to go, and we've got a fast oval the rest of the way here this afternoon. So enjoy race number 2. It's coming up next. First Grassroots division of the day, just over 3 minutes on the clock.
Field for the second race on parade. 1 Temagami Sealster, Robert Shepard for Wayne McKean, and David Mercer and Joseph Lewis. Number 2, Southwind Tsunami, Doug McNair for John Chikeen and Jeffrey Cox. Number 3 is Rose Run Victory, Mike Whalen for Dan O'Brien. Number 4 is Cat, Jody Jameson for James Dean and Wilma and James McKenzie. Number 5 is scratched. And number 6 is Count to 3, Trevor Henry for Bob McIntosh and CSX Stables. Number 7 is scratched. Number 8, Ducks Harmony, Travis Cullen for Jody Cullen and Dr. Andrew Roberts. And number 9 is Admit You're Wrong, Bob McClure for Murray Breather and Tony Basile and Daniel Serafian. Well, fans, let's get a look at this field. First Grassroots Division, second Dash, and we're going to start first with number 5, Cat. Now, one that looks like she's going to be a winning cat soon. Has been knocking on the door a couple of seconds by ahead and then a third last time out. Gets a better post position, has gate speed. Jody Jameson. There's a lot of positives with Cat. One that also did some solid earning last year as a 2-year-old. And note that this one did hit the board perfect 10 for 10 as a 2-year-old was Cat in the top 3. So she's been a good cat and could be roaring here late, or actually early, and then keep on going. Number 4, Cat, is 2-1 on the board. Number 3, Rose Run Victory. Well, one that comes in from Mohawk off of being beaten just a length, has a win in 55 and 4 this year. And you do see this one racing in a gold back in June the 29th, the 51 and 4 mile. Came home in 26 and 4 in that one. Rose Run Victory is one that flashed gate speed last time out, has a favorable post. Mike Whalen driving to get a nice little price at 19-1. Number 2, Southwind Tsunami, making the step up from maiden action in Ohio, off of a couple of wins, a very dominant win last time out. Doug McNair looking to continue his winning ways. He had a really good week here last week with the eliminations for the Battle of Waterloo and the Battle of the Bells, and scored here in the first race. Southwind Tsunami looking to keep the wave going. Southwind Tsunami is mentioned off those 2 wins. This will be just the 4th start of the year. Southwind Tsunami is currently 3-1 on the board. And one more to take a look at to the outside, and not as far outside now as we heard Greg mention. Moving in will be post 6 with a couple of scratches, and Ducks Harmony. Well, you do see a 51 and 4 gold 2 races ago. Now, didn't fare all that well, but also you do see this one racing some other really sharp miles, and 4 out of 5 in the top 2 on the year. Ducks Harmony has to overcome post position 6, but it is that strong team of Travis Cullen and Jody Cullen. They're hard to argue against. They get a lot accomplished. 9-5, the betting favorite. Now co-favorite is Ducks Harmony at 2-1, along with number 4, Cat, also at 2-1. We're just about a minute or so to post time. Race number 2, second of 10 on Industry Day from Grand River Raceway. Field for race number 2, taking up positions. It's Temagami Sealster, Southwind Tsunami on the inside. In the center, Rose Run Victory and Cat to the outside. Count to 3. And Doc's Harmony. And the second tier, Admit You're Wrong. Field of 7 for the second race. And field for the second race is at the start of the round, and Rose Run Victory getting out well. Cat to the outside, Doc's Harmony. Down to the inside is Southwind Tsunami. And then it is back to count to 3 to Temagami Sealster. And Admit You're Wrong is back trailing the field. And they charge on down the backstretch. Southwind Tsunami on the inside. And racing on the outside, Rose Run Victory is trying to press on and take the lead. Rose Run Victory. And Mike Whalen now is going to clear to the front, but continuing to drive is Cat. And Cat now is roaring up on the outside and is going to come on and take the lead. 27-3 is the opening quarter. And Cat's got the front. Rose Run Victory is racing second. Southwind Tsunami is third. And then racing fourth is Doc's Harmony. And count to 3 is on the inside racing fifth. And then it is back further to Temagami Sealster and Admit You're Wrong. They race up towards the half off that 27-3 opening quarter. Cat with the lead. But here comes Doc's Harmony now. And Doc's Harmony is on the outside, moving sharply, looking to clear to the front. And Doc's Harmony trying to get to the better of a Cat off of 56-4 halftime. Doc's Harmony on the outside, Cat on the inside. They duel on down the back stretch. They're stride for stride. Racing third is Rose Run Victory. And count to 3 is on the outside and a little closer fourth now. And then racing fifth is Southwind Tsunami. It is Doc's Harmony leading by about a length right now. Cat on the inside is fighting back though. Cat hasn't thrown in the towel and is fighting back. 3/4, 125-2. And Cat has reclaimed the lead. And now is in front a length as they're halfway around the final turn. 3 wide goes count to 3. And then it is Doc's Harmony and Rose Run Victory. Southwind Tsunami and Admit You're Wrong. On down the stretch drive they come. Cat on the inside to the outside, count to 3. It is Cat and count to 3. Cat on the inside to the outside, count to 3. Cat is the winning Cat. Count to 3 was second. Then it was Admit You're Wrong and Doc's Harmony. 156 flat. Cat. On the board, we have a 4-6-9-8. Wheeling back in front of us is the winner of race number 2. It is number 4, Cat. Cat is a 3-year-old. He's Watching Bay filly, owned by Wilma and James McKenzie. James Dean is the trainer. Jody Jamison, the winning drive. It's the first win this year and the second lifetime for Cat. A mile of 156 flat. Here are the second race payouts. Number 4, Cat, 370, 260, and 210. Number 6, Count to 3, 970 and 760 and 9. Admit you're wrong, 940. The $2 double is 49.30. $2 exactor is $65.80. $80 try, $369.40. Superfecta, $935.05. The second race order finish from the top is a 6, 5, 7. 1 scratch 2, scratch 4, 3. That is 6, 5, 7. 1 scratch 2, scratch 4, 3.
All right, welcome back. Winning favorite in race number 2, our first Grassroots division of the afternoon. And we've got another one coming up here next in race number 3. And it's going to kickstart that $7,500 guaranteed pick 4 pool. So, you know, for just the fans of the sport, there's a lot of reasons to be watching today. For the bettors out there, some really interesting reasons to join us today as well. And those pick 4s, good opportunities to maybe get a big score here today. We'll see. First of all, do you think the favorite, you know, has any vulnerabilities here from post 1 at even money?
Well, you're kind of taking the words out of my mouth here. Looking at that pick 4, I think you can go pretty light here in race number 3. I'm all in on number 1. Free flying ticket, just a tremendous effort last time out. Dropped out of the gold, goes into the Grassroots, and if you're the Connections doing that, you're hopeful that you're going to have a real good showing, and that's exactly what Free Flying Ticket was able to do. This daughter of Better Than Cheddar surged by rivals, 26 and a piece home for the victory. I love her in here. She gets the rail. Think she'll be tough to beat. I'm thinking you can go pretty light in this division. The next leg of the early pick 4 is a real good looking preferred pace. So I think if you can maybe key in here, or you just want to take 1 or 2, you might be able to go a little deeper in some of the later legs.
If there's one thing to look at, though, I think it's the tactical speed. She hasn't shown that. You've probably had a chance to watch her in person more than I have recently at Woodbine. On the bigger track, and you know, coming from off the pace there, that tactics worked really well for her. It'll be tougher to come from far off the pace here today. Do you think the tactical speed's there to get herself situated up closer?
Well, that's certainly a bit of a concern. You've got the rail, so no matter what, even if she can't get off the wings too quickly, she should be in a decent spot. And whether Paul McDonnell decides to get her on the go early, that would likely be the case, especially when you got one at a low price like this. Looking through the rest of the field, though, I had just a tough time coming up with somebody else in here who maybe would be of that same level. You know, Greg, earlier this season, we were at Clinton for the Kin Pace. We saw Tugging on Credit. That's one that I think certainly in this spot could step up and finally get things back on track. Has had some struggles as of late, currently 5-1 on the board. So obviously the tote board's doing a bit of the talking, though, as you do see those inside starters as the lower prices. Number 7, Kit, though, if you want to talk about one that's maybe got that early speed, we'll see if Trevor Henry can get her pushed right up on the gate and out of there strong.
Yeah, real interesting. You talked to Tugging on Credit. Not a lot of luck since coming to this part of the province from Rito, where she'd looked so good, the daughter of Up the Credit. But I think the last race was more encouraging, you know, much more involved in the early stages against a pretty solid field there, only beaten a couple of lengths. So, you know, maybe a sign that she's getting back on track. And at 9-2, maybe a price play in this spot. If you were looking for an upsetter, Watch My Speed's the filly that benefited that day in Clinton. I think she was going to go by and win that day anyway, the way the race had set up. But then didn't follow up with a great effort at Woodbine.
No, she didn't. She ended up finishing 9th in a Grassroots event. So maybe getting back to the half, she might like that. We'll wait and see. In this race, I'm looking 1-4-7-3. So I do use Watch My Speed there for 4th. But like I said right from the start, I think this is a race for Free Flying Ticket to keep the good times rolling. But interesting now that we're starting to see a little bit of shift on the board.
All right, so we're well into our Industry Day program this afternoon. Third race coming up, start of the $7,500 guaranteed pool pick 4. Good luck with your selections. Just over 3 minutes left to make your picks for race number 3 and that early pick 4.
Field 4, race number 3 is on the track for the post race. Number 1 is Free Flying Ticket. Paul McDonnell for Anthony Beaton and David Mercer and Gary Volpe and George Quarterone. Number 2 is Tugging on Credit, Louis Bois for Guy Gagnon and Gaston Latalupi, as well as Bruno Blouin. And 3 is Watch My Speed, Jody Jamieson for Greg Bars and Nurko Sokolovic. And 4 is High Roller Dew, Colin Kelly for Lacey McCabe and Glenview Livestock Limited. 5 is Fiorella, Bob Cliff for Ron McDonald and Cynical Ventures. Number 6, Smiling Dialing, Robert Shepard for Isabel Darvaux. And number 7 is Kit, Trevor Henry for Dr. Ian Moore and Wilma and James McKenzie. And number 8 is Bryden Lillibet, Jay Harris for Randy Henry and Bryden Farms. Field of 8 for race number 3. Just a couple of minutes to post time. Final look at this field. And there is number 1, Free Flying Ticket, and Paul McDonnell. 8-5 on the board. Just a slight favorite right now. Free Flying Ticket off a huge, dominant, off the pace effort. Well, dominant, won by 3/4, but 26 and 4 final quarter to blow on by. Free Flying Ticket came from a long way off, and also is one that you do see racing last of fall as a 2-year-old in an OSS Gold and second beaten ahead in 52-2. So it has a couple of wins on the year, and that last win, the time 52, certainly compares extremely well. The question will be the early position of Free Flying Ticket. But you do, if you look back to last September, you do see gate speed from 2 tries from post 1 getting away third at the quarter in both of those. So maybe Free Flying Ticket will leave a little bit better here and is 7-5 as the favorite. Number 6, Smiling Dialing, is interesting. Made a break last time out. But if you look back, you see 2 previous sharp miles. I think the one that jumps out, July the 7th, 13 lengths back at the quarter, in fact 12 at the half, and yet came on very gamely, beaten just a length in 52-1. 53-3 back half. That is outstanding. Smiling Dialing, if Robert Shepard can dial up a trip, you could be smiling with this one at the end, and you do get 6-1 on the board. Number 2, Tugging on Credit, 5-2. It's Louis Bois for Gagnon, and Tugging on Credit is getting a lot of action, 5-2, off a better last race at Mohawk, getting a pocket trip. Finished 6th, but only beaten 2 lengths. An overall 53-3 mile that was solid. Won 4 times last year in 8 starts as a 2-year-old, so maybe Tugging on Credit is looking to come around now. Tugging on Credit is 3-1 on the board. And number 4, High Roller Duke, is off of an off-the-pace effort at Georgian Downs to finish a competitive, close 4th, beaten a length and a quarter in 54-2. And does show a very good Grassroots mile 3rd, but beaten just 3/4 in 52-3. Only 2 races ago. So High Roller Duke out of the high percentage barn of Lacey McCabe, Colin Kelly driving. High Roller Duke, 5-1 on the board. The fans have made number 1, Free Flying Ticket, on the board at even money right now. Starter is called the field for race number 3. It is a field of 8 for the 3rd on this Industry Day. Grand River Raceway field is gathering in behind the gate of the river. Free Flying Ticket and Tuck It on Credit on the inside with Watch My Speed. In the center, High Roller Duke and Fiorella to the outside, Smiling, Dialing, and Kit and Bryden Lilibet. Field for the third is at the start of the lap. Brighthound Lilibet spots the field about 6 or 7 lengths in. It is Free Flying Ticket on the inside. Getting out well. Tuck It on Credit is racing second. Then it is Watch My Speed racing on the inside third and is in front of High Roller Duke rolling fourth, and then Kit is fifth away. And then it is back to Fiorella. Smiling Dialing is second from last, and Brighthound Lilibet is now back trailing the field. Free Flying Ticket at 3 to 5 on the board. Flying along on a lead of a length and a half. Tuck It on Credit is racing second. 27-3 the opening quarter. Watch My Speed watching from third. High Roller Duke is racing fourth, and then Kid. And then that is back to Fiorella. Smiling, Dialing, Brighthound Lilibet. They race the way off the turn. They come on towards us. Free Flying Ticket and Paul McDonnell. Here comes a challenger. Watch My Speed on the outside. And then racing on the inside third. Tuck It on Credit. High Roller Duke is racing fourth. And then Kid on the inside is well back fifth, and further to Fiorella and Smiling, Dialing, and then way back Brighthound Lilibet. Half was 56-3. Free Flying Ticket getting a challenge. Watch My Speed, but Free Flying Ticket's the one we're watching on the lead right now. Advantage is a length. On the outside, Watch My Speed. On the inside, Tuck It on Credit is moved up into the pocket, and High Roller Duke is rolling now and is moving out 3 wide. High Roller Duke is coming on, and from the backfield, Smiling Dialing is kicking in sharply now. Smiling Dialing is coming on and dialing up some serious speed. Has moved up and taken a share of third alongside Tuck It on Credit. 3/4, 125-2. Free Flying Ticket. High Roller Duke. Tuck It on Credit and Smiling Dialing, but it is Free Flying Ticket as they continue on down the lane. Free Flying Ticket flying to the finish and winning it by about 3 or 4. High Roller Duke second, Tuck It on Credit third, and Smiling Dialing fourth. 154-1. Free Flying Ticket. On the board, we have a 1-4-2-6. Wheeling back in front of us. Number 1, Free Flying Ticket, a 3-year-old Better Than Cheddar Bay filly, owned by Anthony Beaton and David Mercer and Gary Volpe and George Quarterone. Anthony Beaton's the trainer, Paul McDonnell, the winning driver. It's the 3rd win this year in the 4th lifetime. Free Flying Ticket, 154-1. Here are the third race payouts. Number 1, free flying ticket, $342.60 to $30. Number 4, High Roller Duke, $370 and $270. And number 2, Tuggin' on Credit, $320. The dollar pick 3 is $45.65. The $2 exactor, $9. The dollar try, $13.05. Dollar superfecta, $39.90. Up next, race number 4. Note that Doug McNair drives 9 Cinemac. Also, fans, note in race 7, number 3, All Day Sunshine, Louis Waugh will drive. Race 7-3, All Day Sunshine, Louis Waugh, the driver. Here is the third race. Order of finish from the top down. It's a 138-274-56. That's 138-274-56.
And welcome back to Grand River Raceway, getting set for race number 4, just a little over 5 minutes. As you can see in the shot there, some dark skies starting to move in, and we can hear a little bit of rain. So we were hoping we could avoid it. Not going to be the case. Now it's just a question of whether it'll hit and blow through quickly. We certainly hope that'll be the case. They're not calling for rain throughout the entire day, so we'll see. But a good-looking tilt coming up here. You called it, Mark, in the third race, the favorite prevailing. The only question in our minds was, could she get away on the lead? Once that was answered, really no anxious moments for her. Looks more wide open in this field of 9.
Yeah, it really is. This is a real good-looking preferred pace. Going for a purse of $15,000. You got a few that are coming in from Woodbine Mohawk Park. I expected number 7 Pretty Handsome, 5-2 on the morning line to take plenty of action, despite the outside post. Currently sitting at 7-1. He's faced some pretty good company as of late. He's coming out of a race against some of the top horses, or at least some high-level condition horses at Woodbine Mohawk Park. The one that I landed on here, though, is the number 9 Cinemac. Driver changed today to Doug McNair. Doug McNair will drive Cinemac, who's coming off a win last Monday. Thought it was a real strong-looking performance from Cinemac, and he can put together some good races in a row for trainer Bill Budd. He's going to have that second-tier starting spot, so that'll be interesting to see what the approach is. But I looked towards the inside, and I figured quick talking or exit smiling, whichever one he wants to choose, both are going to get away pretty well.
And we'll see, those Woodbine Evaders coming in, a little bit of an unknown factor. Others, though, have been racing regularly at this venue and have been very competitive at the level. JIM fits the bill. Major post relief from him today at post 8. Last time, never really got involved. It wasn't surprising. 2 back, though, from post 4. A winner here. Toot Toot, the next door neighbor. Very similar profile.
Yeah, it certainly is. And Toot Toot's one of those you can pretty much watch week in and week out competing here at Grand River Raceway, and always going to get a pretty consistent performance on the season. He's 4 for 13 races for the Hensley Barn. Another one to keep the eye on certainly is American Wiggle. One thing to note, the way the post positions were assigned in this race was based on earnings over the last 5. So American Wiggle, who has been racing tremendous and is coming off a 2-length score here at Grand River in his last outing, he gets saddled with the tough post position number 8. If he's anywhere else, he certainly wouldn't be 9-1. So if you think he can overcome it, you're going to get rewarded nicely.
Yeah, 10-1. That might be a little too high on him, even with the outside post. There should be some mixing it up here. Rain starting to come down, fairly heavy right now. So this track condition could change quickly too. That's going to play into it. So all in all, I think a real wide open leg, maybe one of the legs where you can get a price in this early pick 4 with a heavy favorite delivering to kick it off. So good luck if you're still going. Post parade for the 4th will be coming out in just a moment. You're a little over 2 minutes away from the 4th today on Industry Day at Grand River.
Field for race number 4 on parade. One quick talking. Trevor Henry for Scott Henry. And number 2 is Exit Smiling. J.R. Plot for Stephen LaRock and Fred Gillis and Jeff Smith and Natasha Peaker. And Jamie Gray. And number 3 is Pro Beach. Louis Bois for Richard Moe and Sylvain Deschanel and Gar Racing Stables and Gaston Bibo. Number 4 is J.I.M. Travis Cullen for Rachel Andrew. Number 5 is Toot Toot Eddie Hensley for Ashley Hensley. Number 6 is Kenny Joe. Robert Shepard for David O'Brien and Kevin Gillis. Number 7 is Pretty Handsome. Colin Kelly for Lacey McCabe and Glenview Livestock. And number 8 is American Wiggle. Scott Young for Daniel Martin and Gaston Bibo. And 9 is Cinemac. Doug McNair for Bill Budd and Kelly Waxman and Lordina Cirillo. Well, fans, let's take a quick last-minute look at this field. The rain has intensified. You can see it on your screen there. We're going to first talk about the ones on the outside. Now, of course, on a half-mile track, it's kind of tough from the outside. That's the handicap, but Pretty Handsome is a pretty fine one. Look at last year, almost made $100,000 last year as a 4-year-old. Won 12 times and is a very, very good horse. Pretty Handsome. Now, has been racing with some tough company racing at Mohawk, but also you do see a mile 2 races ago, 150 flat, and every quarter was a 27 and something, so Pretty Handsome is pretty darn fine. It's just the post position is tough to overcome, but Lacey McCabe, you got to look at that training average as well, doing very well, 418 training average, sending them ready to rock and roll. Colin Kelly and Pretty Handsome 6-1, a pretty fair price. Number 8, American Wiggle, talk about fair price, 17-1 on the board. Was able to win in this class last time out by 2 lengths. Now that was post 1, and post 8 certainly can be the death knell for horses on a half-mile track. But American Wiggle, 7 out of 15 in the top 2 on the year, and coming in razor sharp in this class, a win and a second in this class. Had post 6 here 2 races ago, and managed to be second in 53-1. And does show racing at Mohawk in 50-3, only 3 back. And look at the career best, 49-2. Now that is 2 years ago, but still just shows you the overall ability of American Wiggle and Scott Young. You get a healthy price of 16-1. Might be worth taking a flyer on. Quickly, a look at number 6, Kenny Joe. 3 wins on the year, and most recent win was a 3 back, beating a preferred 3 class, and then moved up to this level last 2 races, a 3rd and a 4th. Kenny Joe can be very competitive in here. Robert Shepard driving Kenny Joe at 17-1. And number 3, Pro Beach, is one that was able to win all the way on top in a preferred 3 last race for Richard Morrow. Louis Bois drives, 52-1 was that last race, and does show 50-4 speed at Mohawk 3 back. Moves up a level, but looks like he belongs with this group. Pro Beach is right now 5-2 on the board. A very interesting dash. There's lots of potential winners in this one. 5-2, a lukewarm favorite is number 3, Pro Beach. We're about a minute or so to post time. Gate is rolling for race number 4. Quick Talk and Exit Smiling at Pro Beach on the inside. In the center, JIM and Toot Toot into the outside. Kenny Joe, Pretty Handsome, and American Wiggle. The second tier, Cinemac. Field for the fourth race has reached the top of the stretch, and here they come. Field for the fourth race is at the start of the rough, and it is Exit Smiling, JIM and Pro Beach, and on the outside, Pretty Handsome. But JIM is firing hard into the turn with Exit Smiling down to the inside, and Pro Beach has come out third. Then Toot Toot and Pretty Handsome, and then it is Cinemac and back to Kenny Joe. American Wiggle is second from last, and Quick Talkin' is trailing the field. And on the race to the opening quarter, JIM has the front as they race on to that opening quarter. And racing position second is Exit Smiling, and third is Toot Toot. Pro Beach has taken to the outside and dropped out of this one. Pretty Handsome is racing position fourth as they work their way around the turn. Then it is Cinemac and Kenny Joe. And American Wiggle, 27-1 was the opening quarter, and they come off the turn. JIM and Travis Collins got the front. Exit Smiling is racing position second. Pretty Handsome to the outside now is making a pretty good move and has come on now to within about a length and 3/4 of the lead. And Cinemac is on the outside, second over fourth. 57-1 is the halftime. And then racing down to the inside fifth, only 3 off the lead is Toot Toot, and now fourth is Cinemac on the outside is fifth, second over gapped in the cover. Pretty Handsome was getting closer. Racing sixth to the inside is American Wiggle, and Kenny Joe is sent out 3 wide now and takes over sixth. They hustle on to 3/4. JIM trying to fend off Pretty Handsome. JIM continues strongly on the outside, though. Pretty Handsome is not going away, and Pretty Handsome is coming on now. 3/4, 126, and Pretty Handsome has taken the front. JIM is racing second, and wheeling out comes Exit Smiling as the field turns for him off 3/4, 126. Pretty Handsome, Exit Smiling on the outside. Pretty Handsome, game on down the stretch ride. Pretty Handsome with a pretty impressive performance to win. Exit Smiling was second. Then finishing third was Toot Toot, and then it looked like American Wiggle on the inside, fourth, a mile of 1:55 flat. Wheeling back in front of us, the winner of race number 4, number 7, Pretty Handsome, a 5-year-old Mach 3 bay gelding, owned by Glenview Livestock, trained by Lacey McCabe. Colin Kelly with the winning drive, second win for Pretty Handsome this year. 27th lifetime, a mile of 1:55 flat. Pretty Handsome was pretty sharp. the fourth race of payouts. Number 7, Pretty Handsome. $8.60, $6.90, and $5. Two exits, Smiling, $15.40 and $7.90, and 522 $5.60. $2 exactor, $109.80. Dollar try, $353.60. $5 superfecta, $2,294.65. Here are two driver changes. Note race 9, number 4, Sports Check. It'll be Robert Shepard driving. Robert Shepard drives for Sports Check in the 9th. And note in race number 10, number 4, Can't Stop Lying. Jonathan Drury is driving. Number 4, Can't Stop Lying. Once again, note race 10 for Can't Stop Lying. Jonathan Drury. Fans note the track condition downgraded to sloppy. The track condition downgraded to sloppy. Fourth race order of finish from the top is a 6-2 DNF 735-148. That is 6-2 DNF 735-148. Field for race number 5 on parade, the third Grassroots division for 3-year-old pacing fillies. 1, Happy Looker, Trevor Henry for Barry Byrne, Donald Smith and Donna Parker. Number 2 is Fast and Relentless, Bob Glore for Alan Fair and Elizabeth Fair. 3 is scratched. Number 4 is Marzank Hanover, Colin Kelly for Kyle Bossens and Daryl Newbegin. And number 5 is Hit by a Bus, Louis Bois for Richard Morrow and Brian Paquette and Tom Kyron and Biama Farms. Number 6, Better Than Bobby, Sylvain Fillion for Marcel Barrio and Ian Smith. And number 7 is Isla Sealster, Jonathan Drury for Sean Stacy and Diane Bertrand and Robert Gilhesby and Klaus Jorgensen and Gary Volpe. Scratched is number 8, Queso Jareno. Well, fans, let's get a look at this field. And the big question here right now is, are there any better than Bobby? 3 to 5 on the board. Well, last race, the answer was no. Better than Bobby from off the pace to win in a non-winners at 2 at Mohawk in 1:52. 5 wins in 7 starts on the year. Did a bunch of winning in the Maritimes and then came to Ontario and has continued the winning ways and wins in 2 of the last 3 starts and a competitive third in a Grassroots mile. 2 races back. Better than Bobby, sent up by Marcel Barrio, and you get Sylvain Fillion, who's certainly done very well in Grassroots action in the past, and Better Than Bobby getting all the action 2 to 5. If there is one that's better than Bobby, it might well have been the one that was scratched. But I am happy to take a look at the one on the inside, though, as a possibility. Happy Looker is one that did finish second, beaten ahead in 53-4 last start at Mohawk, and also just overall shows enough speed maybe to be a solid factor. Inside post position in Trevor Henry, 4 out of 6 in the top 2, has been pretty consistent. Happy Looker, 4 to 1 on the board. Looks like the one with the best chance against Better Than Bobby, but number 4, Marzank Hanover and Colin Kelly is getting action at 5 to 1. Colin Kelly looking to score in back-to-back races, and look at this one, was beaten only half a length in 53-1 last race at Mohawk, and that's certainly a very promising mile to build off of. Marzank Hanover, Colin Kelly for the fine barn of Kyle Bossens, who has that 3:59 training average. Marzank Hanover, 5 to 1. And there's number 5, Hit by a Bus, Louis Bois for Richard Morrow, a winner in a Grassroots 2 races ago. Left well, got a pocket trip, and then was able to get by in the lane. Hit by a Bus, though, last race, that race didn't go well at all. And Hit by a Bus looking to bounce back to the fine form of the Grassroots win just 2 races ago in 53-1. Hit by a Bus, and Louis Bois is offering about a price of 14 to 1 on the board. Number 6, Better Than Bobby, right now is 2 to 5 as we're less than 2 minutes to post time. Fans note the track condition is now upgraded to good. From sloppy to good as the sun has come out and done some drying work on the track. Gate is rolling for race number 5. Shaking out positions. Happy Looker with Fast and Relentless on the inside. In the center, Marzank Hanover and hit by a bus. And to the outside, Better Than Bobby and Isla Seelster. Field 4, race number 5 is at the start of the rough, and Fast and Relentless has broken stride. Hit by a bus is out well. Marzank Hanover on the inside. Better Than Bobby is now racing second as they work their way into the backstretch, and Marzank Hanover on the inside filling the pocket. Then it's a gap of a couple. Happy Looker is racing fourth. Then Isla Seelster, and back to Fast and Relentless, who's trying to make a recovery after that early break. Better Than Bobby now, the 1-5 favorite, surging on to take the lead and is in front by 2. Hit by a bus is racing second. Marzank Hanover is third in line, and the opening quarter recorded as they race around the turn in 27-3. Happy Looker looks at things from fourth, and then it is Isla Seelster and Fast and Relentless, and off the turn they come, and Better Than Bobby and Sylvain Filia's got the lead and is better right now by a length and a half over Hit by a Bus and Louis Bois. Now to the outside, Happy Looker is looking at things first up and is only 2 off the lead. Half was 57-1, and moving on the outside, Fast and Relentless is alongside Marzank Hanover on the inside as the field works their way into the backstretch, and then Isla Seelster is trailing the field as they race their way on down the backstretch, and it is Better Than Bobby still with the lead off that 57-1 halftime. Happy Looker on the outside though is inching forward, and on the inside third is Hit by a Bus as they race their way on towards 3/4, and on the inside fourth is Marzank Hanover, and then Fast and Relentless is dropping back 3/4, 125-3. Better Than Bobby. Happy Looker still grinding on the outside about a length back. Now 3/4 of a length back and getting a little closer to the inside third. Hit by a Bus as the field turns for home. Better Than Bobby on the inside. Happy Looker on the outside. Better Than Bobby though continues on. Better Than Bobby was better than the rest, and Happy Looker was second. Hit by a Bus third. Marzank Hanover fourth, 154-4. Better Than Bobby. Wheeling back in front of us, the winner of the third Grassroots division for 3-year-old pacing fillies. Number 6, Better Than Bobby. 3-year-old Better Than Shetter Brown filly. Owned by Ian Smith, Charlottetown. Marcel Barriot is the trainer. Sylvain Filion, the winning drive. 6th win this year. 11th lifetime. Better Than Bobby, 154-4. Here are the fifth race payouts. Number 6, Better Than Bobby, 240, 220, and 210. 1, Happy Looker, 320 and 260. And number 5, Hit by a Bus, pays $4.50 to show. $2 Exactor, 480. The Dollar Tribe, 935. Dollar Superfected, 23.55. The fifth race, or a finish from the top, stood 2-6 scratch 4-3-1-5. That is 2-6 scratch 4-3-1-5. Field for race number 6 on parade. 1 Landry Sealster, Duck McNair for Michael Ellis and Kim Lysanchuk. Number 2 is Asena de Shakrika, Trevor Henry for Dustin Jones and Diane Lapine. Number 3 is Sayochin, Bob McClure for W. O'Brien Moran. Number 4 is Kokwe, Travis Cullen for Robert Fellows and John Turgliato. Number 5, Filter Hanover Sylvain Fillion for Dominic Gladue. And number 6, Americat Jonathan Drury for Sean Stacy and Dave McDonald and Diane Bertrand and Robert Gillespie and A.K. Malik Stable. And number 7 is Whiskey to Wine, Jody Jameson for Joe Pereira and Dr. Mitchell Downey. 8 is Got Power, Louis Bois for Tony O'Sullivan and O'Sullivan Racing and Gary Volpe and William Hill. Well, fans, let's look at this field and note the carryover into the high five, more than $3,300. We're going to start with 1 Landry Sealster, one that was able to get the early lead last race in a Grassroots and win. So comes in off of a Grassroots win, looking to add another Grassroots win. This one was good as a 2-year-old. 5 top 2 finishes and 9 starts. And Landry Sealster, fresh off a win, came home very well in that start. 27-second final quarter. Landry Sealster, 6-5, the favorite. Number 6, Mary Cat, Jonathan Drury with the catch drive, and this one sent out by Sean Stacy. 4-time winner this year. In fact, 9 out of 11 in the top 2, and was able to win at a Grassroots level all the way on top just 2 races ago. And a competitive third, beaten just 3/4 in that last start at Mohawk, 52-1. You do see consistent speed during the last of 5 or 6 races. Mary Cat and J.D. is on the board at 9-2, a main threat, I think, to Landry Sealster. Couple of others, number 2, Asena de Shakrika and Trevor Henry. Well, this one was a very fine second beat in a nose from way off the pace last time out, 53-1 at Mohawk, and is one that didn't fare as well in a Grassroots, though. 6th beat in 2.5. Still, the speed was competitive, 52-4. Asena de Shakrika is 6-1 with Trevor Henry driving. And one more to look at is number 4, Kokwe, and one that was able to go all the way on top in 53-1 last race at Mohawk, and now we'll try the Grassroots. Did race in the Grassroots 3 races ago, and got a pocket trip, but beaten a length and a half in 52-3. Kokwe is right now on the board with Travis Cullen driving at 7-2. The fans have made number 1, Landry Sealster, the even money betting favorite. Note that Jonathan Drury drives 6, Mary Cat. Gate is rolling for race number 6. Landry Sealster, Sena Dishakrika, and Sao Chan on the inside of the center. Kokwe, and Filter head over the outside. Mary Cat, Whiskey to Wine, and Got Power. It's a field of 8, race number 6. Here they come. And the field for the 6th race is at the start of the round. Landry Sealster, Mary Cat, Got Power on the outside. Whiskey to Wine's racing into the front 4. Sao Chan's along to the inside in front of Asena Dishakrika. And then it is back to Kokwe. And back racing, trailing the field as Filter ahead of her. Landry Sealster has got the lead as they march on to the opening quarter. Mary Cat is racing second for Jonathan Drury. And then third in line is Got Power. They roll past that opening quarter at a sharp 26-4. Whiskey to Wine is racing for Sayochin is racing fifth, and then Asena Dishakrika. Back to Kokwe, and Filter ahead over the field works on around the turn. Landry Sealster, the 6-5 favorites, got the lead. Mary Cat, though, is getting a trip in the pocket. Got Power to the inside. He's racing third. Is about 3.5 off the lead. And Sayochin now moving first over. And then Whiskey to Wine on the inside. Moving on the outside is Santa Dishakrika now. Has come on to take over fifth. Whiskey to Wine is sixth. Half was 57-1. Kokwe is racing seventh, and then Filter ahead of her. Into the backstretch for Landry Sealster and Doug McNair. Mary Cat and J.D. in the pocket. Sayochin on the outside for primetime. Bob is only 2 off the lead. From the backfield, Kokwe now is coming hard and is moved up, then taken over fourth. Got Power is on the inside, racing fifth. And sixth is Sena Dishakrika. Then Whiskey to Wine and Filter ahead over 3/4, 125-4. Landry Sealster. Kokwe is sent out 3 wide and is charging hard. On the inside, Mary Cat. Sayochin's racing for they turn for home. Landry Sealster, they come on down the stretch off that 3/4, 125-4. Landry Sealster is game on down the lane. Landry Sealster is your winner, and then Mary Cat second against Kokwe on the outside, and then Whiskey to Wine and Asena Dishakrika 155 flat. Landry Sealster. On the board, it's a 164.72. Wheeling back in front of us, the winner of race number 6 won. Landry Sealster, 3-year-old Mach 3 Bay filly, owned by Kim Lazanchuk. Mike Ellis is the trainer. Doug McNair with the driving double. Second win this year, 4th lifetime. Landry Sealster 155 flats. Mutual prices for race number 6. 1 Landry Sealster for $60 to $62.10. 6 Mary Cat $3 to $70. And for Coquy $2.80. $2 exactor $13.70. Dollar try $16.55. Dollar win for $41.05. And the dollar high five $679.10. The sixth race over a finish from the top. 157-382-46. That's 157-382-46. Fans note there's going to be a short delay in the start of the 7th race due to lightning in the area. Short delay to the start of the 7th race due to lightning in the area. Field for the 7th on parade. 1 is Rose Run Vantage. Sylvan Filia for Anthony Beaton and Wayne McCrane. Daniel Ross. Number 2 is Rose Run Victoria. Robert Shepard for Rod Boyd and Rick Phillips and Mark Harder. Number 3 is All Day Sunshine. Louis Waugh for Daniel Legacy and Billy Joe Timmons and Chris Nickel. Number 4, Laura's Love, Bob Glover, John Pentland, and Gracie May Barr. And 5 is So Delightful, Trevor Henry for Bob McIntosh and CSX Stables and Al McIntosh. Number 6 is Mock My Kiss, Jody Jameson for Robert Fellows and Yolanda Fellows and Erna Corbeil. And 7 is Beach Sports, Doug McNair for Greg McNair and Ross Valley Farms Limited. Well, fans, the 7th race, 2nd Gold Division. Let's look quickly at this field. Number 4, Laura's Love and Bob McClure, 6-time winner this year in 10. And Laura's Love. Certainly one that you could love here. 1 to 2. The fans have loved this one down to a heavy favorite status, coming in off of a win and a non-winners of 5 at Mohawk. Solid company. And also, you do see now this one just on a big run of top 2 finishes and a 50-4 mile in a gold. Second to Broken Equipment, 50-4 to Alicorn. That's some pretty good measuring. Second to Alicorn. Laura's Love. Here is definitely the one the fans love the most. 1 to 2 on the board. Number 7, Beach Sports, 3 consecutive strong performances. Has to deal with the outside, though. But 5 out of 6 in the top 2 on the year. Beach Sports and Doug McNair. If Doug can work out a trip, 6 to 1. Beach Sports. Couple of others quickly. Number 2, Rose Run Victoria comes in off of a win in a gold, so you do have to consider Rose Run Victoria. And that was a mile of 51-2, a nice mark, and also was good at Mohawk to start before it in 51. In fact, look at 4 consecutive miles of 51 or 51 and change. Rose Run Victoria has the speed. Robert Shepard for Rod Boyd, 8 to 1 on the board. That could be the value play of the bunch. About 1 minute to post time. The starting gate is rolling for race number 7. OSS Gold 2nd Division for 3-year-old pacing fillies. Rose Run Vantage and Rose Run Victoria on the inside. In the center, All Day Sunshine, Laura's Love, and So Delightful. And to the outside, Mock My Kiss, and Beach Sports. Field of 7, second OSS Gold Division is at the top of the stretch, and here they come. And they're at the start of the round. Rose Run Vantage on the inside. All Day Sunshine. Mock My Kiss to the outside. Laura's Love. And then it is back to Rose Run Victoria. So Delightful is second from last and back trailing the field as they work their way out into the backstretch is Beach Sports. And it is Rose Run Vantage who's got the lead right now. All Day Sunshine is racing second. Laura's Love is third and is currently about 4 1/4 off the lead. And then it is Rose Run Victoria. So Delightful, Mock My Kiss, and Beach Sports is trailing the field, and on they race in single file fashion to the opening quarter in 27-1. Rose Run Vantage and Sylvan Filia has a front end vantage on this dash, and the lead is about 2 1/4. All Day Sunshine is racing second. Laura's Love is racing third, and then position fourth is Rose Run Victoria. Well back to the trailing three, So Delightful, Mock My Kiss, and Beach Sports, and they head on past the half. Rose Run Vantage working on a lead, 56-1 rather, the halftime. And they work their way on into the backstretch. On the inside, second, All Day Sunshine. Laura's Love to the outside now. Has wheeled out and is about 3 off the lead. Looks to call the Rose Run Vantage, but has work to do. Rose Run Vantage on the outside. Laura's Love and All Day Sunshine is on the inside third. Then Rose Run Victoria, So Delightful, Mock My Kiss, and Beach Sports. They hustled by 3/4, 1:24-2. And it is Rose Run Vantage who leads it. On the outside, Laura's Love is getting threateningly close, though. And All Day Sunshine is third. Rose Run Victoria is racing fourth. Laura's Love is threatening Rose Run Vantage. They're paired up as they turn for home. Laura's Love on the outside. Laura's Love has a slim lead as they come to the finish. And it's Laura's Love who wins it. Rose Run Vantage was second. All Day Sunshine third. Rose Run Victoria was fourth. A mile of 1:54-2. Wheeling back in front of us, the winner of race number 7. It's number 4, Laura's Love, a 3-year-old better than Cheddar Bay filly. Owned by John Pentland and Gracie May Barr. John Pentland's the trainer, and Bob McClure the winning drive. 7th win for Laura's Love in 11 starts, 1:54-2. The 7th race mutual payouts at number 4, Laura's Love, 270, 240, and 210. 1. Rose Run Vantage, 330 and 350. And number 3, All Day Sunshine, 720. $2 exactor is $6.20. Dollar try, $33.90. Dollar superfecta, $94.60. Seventh race over a finish from the top. It's a 2:43:1576. That's 2:43:1576. Fans, Grand River Raceway is pleased to have on hand today a member of the Ontario Senate Committee for Agriculture and Forestry, Ontario Senator the Honourable Rob Black.
Are the people watching?
As the second largest sub-sector of the agricultural industry in Ontario, horse racing is a major economic driver. Since most horse racing takes place in rural communities, it also puts money into those local economies. After a tough number of months for all sectors of the economy, including agriculture, it's exciting to be here and see things up and running again. The COVID-19 pandemic has forced us to rethink the way we do a lot of things, and it certainly has presented challenges and opportunities, such as live streaming the races so that people can watch from home. I've been on the edge of my seat watching the races this afternoon, and I want to congratulate all the racers and winners of each of the races. I am looking forward to the final race, the Battle of Waterloo, later today. I understand that the Battle of Waterloo is Grand River's Raceway's signature race and has been raced annually, I believe, at the Elmira Raceway from 1998 through 2003, and here in beautiful Elora at the Raceway since 2004. Again, thanks very much for the opportunity to join you today. It's been my honor to be here. Thanks again. You're clear.
Field 4, race number 8, 5th Grassroots Division. 1 in the news, Jonathan Drury for Joe Pereira. Number 2 is Trafalgar Sylvan. Filia for Harry Bolton and the stable. Number 3, it's Odds on Vero Beach. Louis Waugh for Tony Alanya. Odds on Racing. Number 4, LaBelle Rebella. Scott Young for Jerry Duford and Homestretch Holdings in Lloyd and Barbara Tiley. And 5, Preeminence. Bob Clore for Marcel Barrio and Claude Baril and Jules Cowette and Michel Dagnon. 6, Nowhere to Hide. Robert Shepard for Melissa Lamoureux and Jeffrey Boyd. Number 7 is Keystone Kalimba. Jody Jamison for Bill Budd and Minari Racing and Mike Guerrero and Alan Alber and Sean Gillespie. And number 8 is Uptown Cali. Trevor Henry for Brad Maxwell and Tom Sarasso Jr. The starting gate is rolling for race number 8. In the news, and Trafalgar on the inside. In the center, odds on Vero Beach, LaBelle Rebella, and Preeminence to the outside. Nowhere to Hide, Keystone Kalimba, and Uptown Cali. It's a field of 8 for race number 8. They're in the stretch, approaching the start. And they're at the start of the rough. Odds on Vero Beach. Trafalgar in the news along to the inside. Preeminence, and on the outside, Keystone, Kalimba, LaBelle, Rabella. Nowhere to hide, and back trailing the field is Uptown Cali. And the field works their way on down the backstretch. And on the outside now it is Trafalgar who came on to get the lead. Trafalgar is clear to the front. In the news is racing second. Odds on Vero Beach is third. And Preeminence is racing fourth. And then fifth is LaBelle Rabella. Back to Keystone, Kalimba, trailing pair, nowhere to hide in Uptown Cali. And they race to the opening quarter. And on around that far turn. Opening quarter was 27-1. And now it is on the outside. Odds on Vero Beach has come on to clear the lead. Odds on Vero Beach has taken over. Racing second is Trafalgar, and then third in the news, but now here comes Preeminence, and Preeminence is first up third. In the news is racing fourth. Keystone, Kalimba is gaining some ground quickly on the outside, is second over fourth. Half was 56 seconds. In the news is on the inside, and is racing about 4.5 lengths off the lead. LaBelle Rabella third from last on the inside, then nowhere to hide, and Uptown Cali trails the field. It is Odds on Vero Beach with the lead. They race on toward three quarters. On the outside, Preeminence is moving now to within about a nose of the lead, and racing to the inside. Third is Trafalgar, and Keystone, Kalimba is on the outside racing fourth, but now it is Preeminence who's got the lead for Bob McClure, and leads by 2.5 for 3. Odds on Vero Beach is racing second. Keystone, Kalimba third, and then Trafalgar and nowhere to hide. In the news, off three quarters to 125, they turn for home. And on down the stretch drive for Preeminence and Bob McClure. Racing second, Keystone, Kalimba, but it is Preeminence who was eminently great here in this one. And then second, Keystone, Kalimba, and then it was Trafalgar, and in the news, 154 flat. Preeminence. Back in front of us, the winner of race number 8. It is number 5, Preeminence, a 3-year-old sports rider bay filly, owned by Claude Baril, Gilles Cowet, and Michel Deneau. Marcel Barrios, the trainer. Bob McClure with the driving double, taking races 7 and 8. It's the second win this year, fourth lifetime for Preeminence. 154 flat. The 8th race of payouts. Number 5, Preeminence, 583, 62, 70. 7, Keystone, Kalimba. 670 and 360 and 2 Trafalgar 250. $2 exactor, $57.40 try, $58.05 superfecta, $362.50. Here is the 8th race order of finish from the top. 4, 3, 6, 5, 1, 7 to 8.
at this final this afternoon. Let's go back to last week's eliminations. We've got 2 of them. We'll pick it up in the final half, and this one was really over at the start last time out, Mark. For Scarlett Hanover, she got to the front, got into that position of control, and never looked back.
Yeah, that was exactly the case, and Scarlett Hanover was a filly that certainly had circled going into the elimination. She'd had 2 good showings in 2 OSS Gold events, and here she does it on the front end, going coast to coast in 155 and 3, really controlling things, and you can see the middle half there, 59 and 3. It was lights out from there. She scoots home 28 and 2. She'll start from the second tier, but she's 6-5 at this moment, and the betting public liking her chances to sweep this year's Battle of the Bells.
What a professional she has been. She's a 2-year-old and has already raced over 4 different venues, different size of tracks, and has been effective on all size ovals, including the half-miler here last time out, but a trailing post to try and navigate here. Much more action-packed in the second tilt. Andrew Day came in with a daunting post-8 starting assignment, but as we pick it up here, the trip's working out beautifully.
It ends up working out really well. If you got an outside post like that, the only thing you can hope for is a lot of speed, and a lot of speed is exactly what we had. Ring of Kerry and Sylvain Fillion, they had the foot on the gas. They would not give up that lead racing to the half. They forced the first over pressure off stride, and after a half of 55 and 4, you had to think, what much more does Ring of Kerry got left in the tank? While Andre Day and Doug McNair make a big 3-wide move there. They made that very quickly, very confidently, and they're going to go on to the victory here. They're going to face a little bit of pressure, which ultimately is going to end up in a horse making a break. So who knows exactly what would have happened, but Andre Day, to this point, you can't knock her. She's 3 for 3.
Yeah, there's one filly that certainly should be in this final, but there you see just a little bit of bad luck for City by the Bay. She was going a big trip, certainly was going to be second in there, and then just made that miscue late, and unfortunately does not make the final. She'll be back to see another day, I'm sure, but for Andrew Day, that's impressive, even with the trip scenario to overcome post 8, but to ask a 2-year-old filly to do that 2 weeks in a row on a half-miler, is a tall order. There's no question about that. I guess the good news is, Mark, though, typically in the finals, there's that early tussling that you talked about.
That's exactly what you would expect. You're not so sure you'd see that in elimination, but in the final, you can probably bank on it. However, Doug McNair is going to have to find some of that Grand River magic that we've seen time and time again to try and work things out for Andre Day. She's currently 2-1. You saw there.
Field for the 9th race, the Battle of the Bells final on parade. 1 Ring of Kerry, Sylvain Fillion for Anthony Beaton and Robert Bridges. Number 2, turning the table, Jody Jamieson for Anthony Beaton and Larry Minari and Mike Guerrero. And number 3 is Siri Blue Chip, Trevor Henry for Greg McNair and Jeffrey Skinner and George Kerr. Number 4 is Sports Check, Robert Shepard for Blake McIntosh and Frugal Nut, Sheep Stable and Daniel Plouffe. Number 5, Shiatsu seals her Louis Wa for Richard Morrow and a numbered company. Number 6 is Spittin' Chicklets, Cullen Kelly for Bruce McDonald and Martin Stables. Number 7, Cyclone Sister, Bob Glover, Nick Gallucci and Miller Farms. Number 8 is Andre Day, Doug McNair for Dr. Ian Moore and Let It Ride Stables and Bottom Line Racing. And number 9, Scarlett Hanover, Eddie Hensley for Ashley Hensley and Burke Racing Stable and Frank Baldacchino and Jant Silva Purnell and Lib of Florida. Field of 9, the Battle of the Bells final, going to post shortly. The starter is called the field for race number 9, the Battle of the Bells final. It'll be Ring of Carrion turning the table with Siri Blue Chip on the inside. In the center, Sports Check and Shiatsu Sealster. And to the outside, Spittin' Chiclet, Cyclone Sister, and Andre Day. And the second tier, Scarlet Hanover. It's a field of 9 for the 9th race, the Battle of the Bells final. And they're approaching the start. And the rough Ring of Kerry turning the table from the outside. Andre Day is going to get out well. Scarlet Hanover is down to the inside. And in driving through, now taking over second. Turning the table is third. Andre Day is racing fourth and is able to get over to the pylons. And then fifth is Siri Blue Chip. Then on his back further to Sports Check, Shiatsu Sealster, Spittin' Chiclets, and Cyclone Sister trails the field. Ring of Kerry has the front, though. Scarlet Hanover is filling the pocket, length and 3/4 back. Inside third is turning the table. Andre Day is racing for 27 and 4 is the opening quarter. Siri Blue Chip racing fifth and now popping out from fourth. There goes Andre Day. Siri Blue Chip will pick up that one's cover on the outside. And then it is back Shiatsu Sealster on the outside. Sports Check on the inside as they roll on towards us. But Ring of Kerry has the lead. It is Ring of Kerry. Scarlet Hanover is getting the nice trip. On the outside, Andre Day makes steady progress and is only a length and 3/4 off the lead. And Siri Blue Chip is racing second over fourth now as they work their way on into the backstretch. On the inside, turning the table. And then that is back for the Shiatsu Sealster on the outside is gaining some ground. Sports Check flying from the backfield. Cyclone Sister is out 3 wide. And then it is back to Spittin' Chiclets. But Ring of Kerry marches on. Andre Day now drops back a little bit. Still there in the pocket, Scarlet Hanover. And wailed wide, Cyclone Sister is storming up into contention. And turning the table is racing fourth. They turn from off 3/4, 125 and 4. And now it is Scarlet Hanover's come on to get the lead for Eddie Hensley. It is Scarlet Hanover to come on down the stretch by. Scarlet Hanover, Cyclone Sister on the inside, Ring of Kerry. But the Battle of Bells goes to Scarlet Hanover. Then it was Ring of Kerry on the inside with Cyclone Sister and Sports Check on the outside. 154 and 3. Scarlet Hanover and Hurricane Hensley.
That sounded great, Gary.
Wheeling back in front of us, the winner of the 9th race, the Battle of the Bells final. It is number 9, Scarlet Hanover on the board. We have a 9174. Scarlet Hanover is a 2-year-old Better's Delight Bay filly, owned by Burke Racing Stable, Frank Baldacchino and Jant Silva Purnell in Live, Florida. Ashley Hensley, the trainer. Eddie Hensley, Hurricane Hensley, storming out of the pocket to come on by in the stretch and win. Second win for Scarlett Hanover, 154-3.
Yep. You got it? Face here? Is it on?
Hensley was able to steer Scarlett Hanover to victory in the Battle of the Bells.
Okay, so I think, yeah, where our microphones are up, it's a little bit different. We're going to practice our social distancing here, but Eddie, just talk about the trip. Could it have worked out any better at all from that trailing post?
Well, from the 10 hole, you know how it is. It's kind of tough to get away good sometimes, and sometimes you get away good, and tonight it turned out I was following a good horse, got off the gate, and he led me right out of there, and I got a great trip, and she was really good tonight.
Yeah, and you know, going into the last turn or approaching three-quarters, you're at the mercy of the horse in front of you. Did you think she was going to carry you as far as you needed to give you that clearance?
Well, I was hoping. My mare was getting a little rammy. She was wanting to get out of the hole. I probably going to have to put some earplugs or something on her because she's getting a little aggressive. But she wanted out of there, and I was able to get out of there just in time to give her a head and let her pace down the lane.
Yeah. And a quick thought on the circumstances, how she came into your barn this season, and you know, I'm sure she's been a pleasure to have in the operation.
Well,
Just maybe recollect the circumstances of how she came into your barn this year.
Oh yeah, a buddy of mine, Weaver, him and Bert sent me up 3 nice 2-year-olds, and they're all 3 very nice, and I really appreciate it. And thank you.
And do you know what's next for her from here?
Probably I'm going to head over to the goal. I think. I'm not sure 100%, but I think the next race.
Kind of has the look of one that might be able to play at the Grand Circuit level. Do you think that's the case?
I think she could be. She's a really nice filly, and you know, the last couple starts she's really shown it. When I put her, you know, got her in the race and let her do her thing, she was more than handy tonight.
Congratulations, Ed, and good luck the rest of the year with her.
Okay, thank you.
All right, that's Scarlett Hanover. A resounding victory today in the Battle of the Bells, scoring from the pocket trip in 154-2.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you because of the echo. Thank you.
Ninth race of payouts, 9. Scarlett Hanover, 620, 370 and 320. 1 Ring of Kerry, 430 and 430, and 7 Cyclone Sister, 880. $2 exactor, $28.70 try, $165.65 super effective, 907.35.
Rainy day, but there's certainly no raining on the parade of Scarlett Hanover. She takes the Battle of the Bells. We'll step aside when we come back. It's time to tee up the 2020 Battle of Waterloo. That worked out.
How did it look on camera? Did it look ridiculous?
No, you just cut shot to shot, so it's all right. I think shot for you. Stakes record. Stakes record time.
welcome back to Costa TV's coverage of Industry Day 2020 from Grand River Raceway. And despite heavy rains at a couple of different points throughout the afternoon, the track has held up marvelously. In fact, you mentioned it, Mark, stakes record performance there in the ninth. Scarlet Hanover filly with a really bright future.
Really bright future, that's for sure. And you hear Ed Hensley, you can just tell in his voice there too. They're very happy to have had the opportunity to take care of this filly for trainer Ron Burke, and so far so good. I love the way that she looked in those gold events prior to coming to the Battle of the Bells, and now she comes to Grand River. She gets 2 victories, and she's all of a sudden really stamped herself as one to watch throughout the remainder of this season. And I'm with you. You asked him the question. I can't wait to see her try some Grand Circuit company.
Yeah, I think she's got what it takes, and she can handle any size racetrack, which makes her doubly dangerous, that is for sure. So congratulations to the Connections. One half of our big 2-race set is over today, the Battle of the Bells, and we've got the main event coming up next. It is the Battle of Waterloo, a purse of almost $201,000. I want to remind you that there will be a couple of driver changes here. Jonathan Drury on the 4. I didn't get that final driver change yet.
No better
On
joy.
the
We
8,
need to
so
catch the driver change on that one.
see if we can catch that for you in just a moment. But we want to set up today's final for you. Let's take a look back at the eliminations from a week ago. There were 2 of those as well. And in the first split, it was a big upset. Springbridge Duel came in with a lot of fanfare, and why not? He had looked excellent in winning his first 2 career starts for trainer Casey Coleman-Hurley. He and Bob McClure. He did the road work last time out in his elimination, but a pocket sitter was able to pick him off. Let's take a look. We've got the second one up. Let's take a look at that first, though. Avion Sealster getting it done here, or was expected to get it done when he made the lead easily and got a 58-second soft opening half by his standards, Mark. But it was Candy Trader from the pocket trip who got up and nipped him at the wire.
Yeah, the pocket trip was about to be in the Battle of Waterloo elimination. You see Watch My Beverage driving first up here and pressuring Avian Sealster. Maybe softens him up just enough, although those fractions really weren't that taxing. Got the breather in the second quarter, only had to go 29 in that third split, and looked to get a little separation here on Candy Trader. But watch Candy Trader. Maybe it's the turns, not going to gain any ground on the turns, but when they straighten things out here, watch how he finishes up viciously here to get there at the line and nab Avian Sealster for the victory, topping the clock in 1:55 and 2.
Yeah, really reaching for racetrack over that final 1/8 of a mile. They sprint home at 28 and 2, and Candy Trader gets it done. But unfortunately, no luck in the post position department today. Post 7 for that one here in the final this afternoon. So he can deal with that. Here's a look.
Ninth race order finish from the top. 259 476 381. That's 259 476 381. The field for the 10th race, the Battle of Waterloo final on parade. 1, Watch My Beverage. Robert Shepard for Greg McNair, Dean Lockhart, and Jeffrey Ruck and Paul Hammond. Number 2 is Better Son. Doug McNair for Greg McNair and Willow Oak Ranch. Number 3 is Armor Sealster, Louis Bois for Blake McIntosh and a numbered company in Rolling Hills Racing Stable, and Andrea Candido and Rhonda Sims. Number 4 is Can't Stop Lying, Jonathan Drury for Nick Gallucci and Miller Farms. Number 5, Socrates Blue Chip, Trevor Henry for Jeff Gillis and Mac Nickel and Ellen Ott and Blue Chip Bloodstock Incorporated. Number 6 is Avion Sealster, Jody Jameson for Jack Darling. Number 7 is Candy Trader, Sylvan Fillion for Anthony Beaton and Steve Heimbacher and Larry Maneri and Mike Guerrero and Ben Moudry. And number 8 is No Better Joy, Colin Kelly for Nicky Comegna and Bruno Comegna. And number 9 is Springbridge Duel, Bob McClure for Casey Coleman Hurley, West Wind Stable, Steve Heimbacher and Mark Kantrowitz. Field of 9, race number 10, Battle of Waterloo final, going to post shortly. Field for the 10th race. The Battle of Waterloo. Final. Taking up positions on the gates. Watch My Beverage on the inside with Better Sun and Armor Sealster. In the center, Can't Stop Lying and Socrates Blue Chip to the outside. Avion Sealster, Candy Trader, and No Better Joy. And the second tier, Springbridge Duel. Field of 9, the Battle of Waterloo. It is post time. Field for the Battle of Waterloo is gathering speed in the stretch. And they're at the start of the route. Better Sun on the inside is going to get it well and Can't Stop Lying. Off stride when Armor Sealster along to the inside. Watch My Beverage as the field works around the turn. But Springbridge Duel now. And moving on the outside, Avion Sealster. Avion Sealster is second, racing third. Can't Stop Lying. Springbridge Duel is racing fourth, and then Watch My Beverage and Socrates Blue Chip, then Candy Trader and No Better Joy. Avion Sealster had the lead, but now taking out, here comes Better Sun on the move on the outside. Better Sun is driving up, opening quarter, 28 seconds, and Better Sun is taken over. Avion Sealster filling the pocket. Racing third is Can't Stop Lying, and then fourth is Springbridge Duel, and then moving to the outside goes Socrates Blue Chip as they race off the turn. Springbridge Duel is going to come to the outside and work first over. As the field comes off the turn and races on towards us, it is Better Sun on the lead as their race past the half. Halftime was recorded at 56-2. Avion Sealster is right there on the back of Better Sun and Doug McNair, and racing to the outside third. Springbridge Duel is about 2 1/4 off the lead. Racing fourth is Can't Stop Lying. Watch My Beverage is fifth, and then it is No Better Joy and Candy Trader and Socrates Blue Chip, and Candy Trader has gone off stride. It is Better Sun who leads the battle to 3/4 and to the outside. Springbridge Duel has that lead down to about 1.25 now. Avion Sealster is on the inside racing third, and then Watch My Beverage is second over and is going to tip off cover and get out 3 wide to the inside. Can't Stop Lying, and then No Better Joy, but Better Sun continues on. Better Sun is better by about 1.75 over Avion Sealster. They come on down the lane. Better Sun in the Battle of Waterloo is pouring it on. Better Sun is best in this one and wins it, finishing second, Avion Sealster, and then it was Can't Stop Lying, and fourth is between No Better Joy and Springbridge Duel. 153-4, Better Sun. Wheeling back in front of us, the winner of race number 10, the Battle of Waterloo Final. Number 2, Better Son, a 2-year-old Sunshine Beach. Bay colt owned by Willow Oak Ranch. Trained by Greg McNair. Doug McNair with the driving hat trick. It is the second win in 3 starts. Better Son, 153-4.
Today at Grand River. Industry Day 2020, a little bit different than usual, but not taking anything away from our great finals this afternoon. And I believe Mark McKelvey now is trackside with the winning connections.
Better Son to victory in the 2020 edition of the Battle of Waterloo. Doug, last week he really maybe surprised some folks. He went off at a big price. Did he surprise you with his victory last week? And here today, you just seemed really confident with him.
Yeah, last week, I mean, he surprised probably a lot of people and myself as well. You know, I didn't think that one of Casey's was beatable in that race, but he was the one that we liked the dads that since of all the colts that he qualified, I thought he went as good as any. And I mean, he got interfered with in his first lifetime start. I got a long first over, so it just didn't work out. And he's good gated. He gets around these turns just like a hoop around a barrel. He's nice. He kind of runs out a bit, so he's just exactly how you want him around here.
So what about the game plan here today? Was that always the plan, just to come back around there? Gets off the gate very well.
Yeah, you know, with the 2-hole, I mean, that was a great spot. You know, anything inside 5, I thought he had a good shot. And, I mean, the way it worked out, once he got out of there, I'd let Jody go and come back. I mean, that's a good mile today, like 53 and a bit. They did a good job out the track. It was sometimes this track can get a little deep, but they kept it good and hard today.
What about coming around the last turn there? Jody was kind of getting up on your back. You get separation at the head of the lane. Was there ever an anxious moment around that last turn?
Well, I figured he had a little bit of horse, but then the 3/4 way around the turn, I kind of let mine pace, and the race was on, and he overcame it.
4 times now, you guys have teamed up to win this Battle of Waterloo. Always got your family and friends here. It's got to be special every time.
Oh, every time. It doesn't feel as great as the first time, obviously, but I mean, every time's good. You know, it's my home track, and I love coming here.
All right, Doug. Well, congratulations.
Thanks, Mark.
All right, Better Son wins the 2020 edition of the Battle of Waterloo.
The 10th race of mutual payouts, number 2, Better Son, 543.53.26. Avion Silster, $3.60 and $3. And number 4, Can't Stop, Lying, $15.20. Dollar pick 3, $46.30. Win for $63.25. Dollar high 5. Well, forget that for a moment. $2 exactor, $19.10. Dollar drive, $218.25. The $2 double, $14.90. And the dollar high 5, 4,674.30. Ka-ching. Here is the 10th race. Order of finish from the top, 619-382-754. That's 619-382-754 on the bottom. There is a look at the photo for 4th. Well, fans, that does conclude the live harness racing program for this Holiday Monday Industry Day program. Live racing action resumes on Wednesday. Our first dash on Wednesday will go to post at 6:30 p.m. Buenas noches, amigos.